2 days in Omarska, and in those 72 days, I didn't have more than 60 meals, which were usually spoiled food, and we had literally 60 seconds to eat it. So I actually, when I came to England as medical evacuee, I was 25. I'm 6 foot tall, but I was only 44 kilograms, which is just under 7 stones. That tells you enough of the condition in the Omarska.
What do what horrible conditions, especially, just the weight in itself just reflects, what you lived and what, the starvation you kind of experienced. What do you remember about your arrest and detention in Omarska and later Maniaka as well?
Omarska was far, far worse, and it was actually constant torture and killing people every day, every night. We slept on the bare floors, no chance to wash yourself. You'll be taken out, interrogated, beaten up for no reason, for any reasons. Nights were a nightmare because they usually get more drunk and more violent, and most of the killings did happen during the night. Most of the tortures happened during the night. So every night was a constant screaming, shouting, gunfire, and you just see bodies or see people being returned from interrogation, all bloody or broken, in really, really bad state. Some people died out of torture. Some people died out as a consequence of torture. Some people were actually plannedly killed. So the Omarska was something that's not describable by normal means. It was a constant nightmare. It was a constant torture. It was constant humiliation.
It sounds like a very horrible experience to go through. How did you find that strength to kind of go on and survive?
Actually, for first 2-3 weeks, I didn't have a will to leave. I actually had, I lost everything. All my ideals, all my dreams, everything was lost. I was like a cattle for about 3 weeks. Then one night, one of my best friends, childhood best friends and neighbor, was taken out and was killed. We didn't find, but he never returned. Later, his remains were found in mass grave in next to our local mosque. So that was the moment when I realized that I have to survive, and that was the time that I first really felt fear. So I just tried to do anything possible, willing to just survive, just go through it. Obviously, there was a hope, but we didn't know. No, there's nothing. We didn't know nothing what's happening out. We were fed different informations. So
at that time when you were in those camps, how did you feel about the rest of your family, and what did you receive any news, or did they tell you about what was happening?
4 of my brothers were together with me in the same camp, and we just see each other on kind of all the days. But however, one of after I was interrogated and kind of were they taken and interrogated, they put me in the same room with 2 of my brothers. So I actually spent the rest of the days together. There were four of us in the same room, which was even harder because you are actually just fearing what if they come for you or for any of your brothers, because suffering either your brothers witnessing your suffer or you suffering interrogation and torture of your brother isn't easy. I remember when I was taken from Manjača as a medical evacuee, the hardest bit was actually to say goodbye to my youngest brother, because I go somewhere, I don't know where I'm going, and I know he's staying, and no, we didn't know if we gonna ever see each other, if we either of us gonna survive. So it was already like faith and hope were kind of dying. So it was horrible. It's really, really hard, especially having people you care for, be afraid for them, be afraid for yourself.
It must have been terrifying, and especially being with your brothers, it gives you a sense of hope, but also I guess it gives you that worry for them as well. And was it just yourself who survived, or did your brothers come with you as well?
All of us survived. I was released in September 1992 as a medical evacuee. The rest, four of my brothers, were actually released in December 1992. So all of us actually reached safety. My sixth brother, who wasn't with us, we didn't know anything about him for over 2 years. But he luckily also reached the safety, and most of us are now living abroad.
Wow, that must have been such a relief to hear, especially about after that long, hearing that you're actually, my brother's safe, my final brother's safe as well. It must have been such a relief, especially from all the stories that we're hearing today, and it could have gone the other way for a lot of these victims that you can see on the screen here, where families are gathering and remembering this day, and sharing this day with their loved ones that have passed on. How do you feel about today? And yeah, it shares your experience. Do you go back to Bosnia?
I go back to Bosnia every year, more or less, at least once. Today, it's always hard. I remember 1995 when Srebrenica was about to fall in Serbian hands. Watching on TV in the UK, I felt angry, because hopeless and angry, because I knew what Serbs are capable of. And then years later, finding out about the genocide committed in Srebrenica, made me angry. However, what I said every day that I survived is my personal victory over Serbian fascist ideology, and also commemorating Prijedor, concentration camp, Somarska, Manjača, Srebrenica. It's something that I actually dedicated all my voluntary work to. So I'm actually working in UK voluntary as much as I can to actually spread the truth about war in Bosnia. I also, the bare fact, for example, that the Prijedor had something like 53 mass graves is clearly stating 2 concentration camps, 53 mass graves, clearly indicates genocide. Srebrenica, over 8,000 people identified, more than 1,000 still missing, people being found in 2, 3, 4 mass graves. One young person, his body parts were found in 4 mass graves, which clearly indicates that that the institutions of Republika Srpska as well as Serbia are systematically working on denying genocide. And everything that we can do to prove and spread the truth about genocide, I am willing to do, and I'm constantly dedicating my life to it.
Definitely, and it's important to, you know, kind of, because you have a lived experience, and, you know, to kind of bring these experiences together. We've got Robert and Abby as well, like they're using their expertise on their side as well to kind of to bring this whole story together. And it's so important for us all to work together to kind of put these jigsaws together, because there is still a lot of missing pieces of these jigsaws. I just want to go to Robert and just to kind of bring together, you know, some of these jigsaws, and just ask yourself, Robert, about what, you know, you've done some lived experiences in terms of you've heard from, you know, first-hand families and victims and things like that. But what, you know, what is the key thing that do you think that the victims themselves, or even the families of the victims, you know, want to kind of spread here?
Well, I think, you know, after listening to Sabit, you know, I completely agree with what he said, and understand that so many people, particularly in the Prijedor area, were felt a bit let down by the verdicts in the ICTY courts, that genocide wasn't reached there, and to try and maybe explain that a little bit. As Sabit said, the victims in Omarska, Ternopily, and the other concentration camps, those people were killed in 1992, and so it was only until the year 2000 that we were given the remains of victims from the mass graves in those areas, and of course, by then, the bodies were completely skeletons, and so that made the work a bit harder in ascertaining exactly what happened to them before they were killed. As I said earlier, in Srebrenica in '96, the victims were, the bodies were, although decomposing, we were still able to identify exactly what happened to them by examining their bodies. And I remember in 2000 being given a briefing by the investigator to ask if we could try and find some evidence from the victims in Prijedor of sexual violence against both men and women. And so that was a major challenge because, as I said, the bodies had been in the ground for so long, but nevertheless we were able to establish how they had died through the amazing work of the forensic anthropologists working in combination with the pathologists in ascertaining their causes of death. But I do have friends from Bosniak friends from in particular from Ternopily camp, who have told me their stories that mirror almost identically what happened to Sabit. And so it's just so vitally important that all of those stories are remembered. People today, this commemoration is called Remembering Srebrenica, and that's correct. We should, of course, remember it, but I feel very strongly that the victims from throughout Bosnia and Kosovo are remembered on a day like this as well, because the people, the Bosniaks who suffered, and their children who suffer today, really, from what happened to their parents, are so important to commemorate what they went through as well. And that's why, like Sabit, I volunteer to do as much as I can by speaking to young people and about what happened throughout Bosnia, and I hope to continue to do that for as long as I can. But I'd like to thank Sabit for for what he said. It's a very moving story. Every individual story is so valuable and important, and that what Sabit does is vital.
For sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Robert, as well. Like, I think it's, as I was saying before, I think it's so important for us all to be working together to get this kind of story going and to piece these stories together, because we've still got missing pieces. But just as we look here now at the live images from the Srebrenica Potocari Memorial Cemetery, you are witnessing a sacred space. A place that holds the remains of over 6,600 Bosnian Muslim men and boys who have been identified and laid to rest here. Victims of a genocide that shocked the world. The cemetery, nestled in the green hills of eastern Bosnia, it is quiet, but it speaks louder than words ever could. You can see here rows upon rows of white headstones stretching into the distance. Each one of these headstones has a name, a son, a father, a brother, some just teenagers. Some never got to finish school. Others were teachers, engineers, farmers, ordinary people whose only crime was their identity. Today, on the 30th anniversary, thousands have gathered. Survivors, grieving families, dignitaries, imams, and young people from across the world. You may see mothers in white headscarves, the mothers of Srebrenica, many of whom have returned here every single year, and even after 3 decades of heartbreak, to honor their loved ones. The atmosphere is solemn, filled with prayer, reflection, and quiet tears. You may hear the adhan echoing softly of the recitation of du'as over freshly dug graves. Today, another group of victims, newly identified through painstaking DNA work, will be buried. These funerals still happen every year. As bones are recovered from mass graves, some of them scattered in multiple locations and yet to be still found, in a deliberate attempt to cover up the crime. This is not just a ceremony, it is a call to memory, to conscience, to justice. Among the mourners are young people, some born long after the war, who are here to carry the responsibility of remembrance. And they do so with dignity, grace, and resolve. Srebrenica is not just about Bosnia, it is a symbol of what happened when hatred is left unchallenged, when international promises fail, and when the world looks away. But today, the world is not looking away. Today, we are standing with Srebrenica. As we continue our live coverage, let us keep in our hearts the more than 8,000 lives lost, the families broken, and the generations still healing. And let us renew our shared promise. Never again must not be just words, it must be a commitment we live by. We're going to go back to Sabit here, and we just want Sabit to kind of, if you can give a reflection of, I want to talk a bit more about your volunteer work and what kind of people, groups of people that you've spoken to very recently, and especially today as it marks the 30th anniversary.
I actually work with Holocaust Memorial Trust Day, as well as my Bosnian community organizations in Hertfordshire, as well as Bosnian UK Network, which is also an umbrella community. And I also work with Bosnian Genocide Trust. So far I delivered my story to children in school, to counselors, to assemblies of like British government bodies like Ministry of Defense or Ministry for this and that. So I actually delivered my personal journey through Serbian concentration camps in more than 10 occasions. local councils, local schools up north. So everywhere where I'm actually invited, I do deliver talk about my personal experience, about my life, my story. I also, within our communities, fight very strongly for spreading the truth about this, fighting the denial, because the final stage of genocide is actually denial, and we have quite strong denial from Serbian people, Serbian government, Serbian institution, and they tend to call it Srebrenica massacre. It was a great crime, but not genocide. The people are not genocidal. My message to all people is individuals cannot commit genocide. Genocide in Srebrenica and throughout Bosnia was actually committed by institutions of Republika Srpska and Serbia, civil and military institutions. There is no stories about denials. There is no individuals. It was planned on a large scale because killing over 8,000 people in 2-3 days demands quite a lot of planning. And that is what Srebrenica genocide was. It was planned military operation planned by Serbian authorities in Serbia and in Republika Srpska.
It's definitely something, important to do, and I think to kind of to strengthen the narrative that it was a genocide and not a massacre. I think it's an important message to put across. And
very important message.
Yeah.
Very important message to actually, because the international verdicts are stating it was a genocide, not a massacre. Massacre happens like more or less like accident or something snappy. This was planned and executed, same as it was opening the concentration camps in Omarska, Manjača, raping over 50,000 women. It was masked, planned to the details and executed. So it was actually the idea, the ideology was to get rid of Muslim in Bosnia. And that is what we have to clearly say, and I always challenge, it's not individuals, it's institutions.
And rightly said, and definitely something that we need to keep on talking about, and just spreading that kind of that narrative. Thank you so much, Sabit. It was very important lived experience for you to tell, and a very important piece for you to keep on spreading. So I urge you to carry on doing your work, because especially as a survivor, I think it's so important to get your reflections on this.
One of the success stories, we are actually today in Tarak, in Essex, where we are actually relieving Srebrenica Genocide plaque in the local park next to the mosque. And that is the work of our community. People living in the area and Bosnian community in Hertfordshire, together with Essex Council, Tarak Council in Essex, we are actually commemorating 30th anniversary of Srebrenica genocide, and a plaque will be relieved today to commemorate that. So this is something that we are working, and this is something that gives us more courage, more energy to carry on with our work. And also, I would like to thank you and your TV for giving me opportunity to tell my story or my views or my side of the fight for recognizing Srebrenica as well as Bosnia genocide.
No, we appreciate you coming on, and thank you so much. We know you have to leave very soon, so thank you so much for coming on and just speaking about your experience. Has been very moving. Thank you so much, Sabit.
Thank you for listening. Bye.
All right, Assalamu alaikum. As a British Muslim woman sitting here today, I feel the pain of Srebrenica in a deeply personal way. These were our brothers, these were our fathers, our sons, our uncles. What happened here wasn't just a tragedy for Bosnia, it was a tragedy for all of us, for humanity. Even though I wasn't there and I didn't live through that war, I carry this pain with me because it reminds me that our identity, our faith, and our existence can be targeted, and that silence, indifference, and denial only adds to that violence. Being here today, I feel responsibility to remember, to honor, and to speak up. As Muslims in the UK and as people of conscience, we owe that to the victims of Srebrenica. As we look now at the live images from the Srebrenica Potchari Memorial Cemetery, we are witnessing a sacred space, a place that holds the remains of over 8,000 Bosnian Muslims. It's a cemetery that's nestled in the middle of eastern Bosnia, in the hills, and it just shows the kind of the gathering of today and how a son, a brother, it could be one of ours, but it happened in our very short history, and just 30 years ago. Today is the 30th anniversary where thousands here are gathering, survivors and grieving families. And we're joining here from across the world, all of us, to be here together, to unite in this piece of history, this atmosphere of Solemn and filled with prayer and reflection. I would like to also contemplate on how we're all coming together and we're all talking about this. And even though we may not be from the same backgrounds, but we've got something together that we are connecting on, and this is remembering Srebrenica, remembering this genocide as it is. I'd like to go to Abby for a few questions, and just ask today about how you're feeling so far, and your work that you've done in forensic archaeology. It's very important, and how the work that you've done and the unveiling of the stone, how it can impact the people of today.
Looking at the images in Srebrenica, it's very hard to watch it, and knowing what they're feeling in Srebrenica now. Although I do believe wholeheartedly that being able to go to a place where people are laid to rest with those gravestones, that they have the name of their loved one, and they can go and sit with them and reflect and pray and remember, that is one of the most important things after such a horrendous tragedy. And to know that they have this beautiful place to be able to remember, like the gentleman that we're watching now. It's so important to have the gravestones, and I think the gravestone that we've commissioned to have in Wales also allows for that. It allows people to come. It allows people to understand what the shape of the memorial stone means, what the words on that memorial stone mean, and that it's dedicated to all of the victims. The one in Wales is. And I think people forget how important it is to have somewhere to go and to stand and reflect. And for those people who know what the memorial stones look like, that we have been seeing on the video today, I think it's very important that the memorial that we chose to have in Wales was a replica of the gravestone. There were many different iterations that we tried to come up with that were all good ideas, but they didn't fit the bill of what we needed. And arguably, commissioning a gravestone from the stonemason in Bosnia was our hardest plan or idea, and it was the hardest one to bring to fruition as well. It took over 18 months to complete the project, but we're delighted that we worked hard to be able to complete that project, because I think to have the iconic gravestones, a replica from Srebrenica, is very important in Wales, and it is by far the proudest moment of our work in Wales so far. And I've been chair for 8 years, and I can say that that was the hardest but most important task that we've ever completed in the remembrance and commemoration for Srebrenica. And I just want to reflect on the fact that every year, it has been mentioned previously, that the people who are still missing, some people are identified throughout the year by forensic technicians and anthropologists in Bosnia, and every year there will be burials of those people who have been identified, and there are a number of people that will be buried today. And so this is not just a gathering of people to remember, it is a gathering of people to say goodbye. And I find it astonishing that it's taken 30 years for this to happen. And that's not me saying that the forensics is not quick enough by any stretch, it's just the full scale. It just shows the scale of the hard work, or the uphill struggle that people have to be able to find the bodies, to be able to identify them, to be able to find reference samples of family members, to be able to identify them through DNA. It is still such a hard task, so that just shows what scale the forensic technicians and expert witnesses were all working on 30 years ago, and how long it's taken, and that is still nowhere near completion of all of the people that are missing. There are only just over 6,000 burials in Srebrenica Potocari Cemetery currently today, and there are 8,372 men and boys known to be missing. So we have thousands left to identify and to even find. And that's what I think people don't think about 30 years on, that we're still working on this, on the forensics, and trying to bring solace to those people, because there's so many families that, yes, they can remember, but they're remembering other people's sons, husbands, fathers, uncles that are buried there. They can only visit them, they can't visit their own loved ones. And I think that's testimony to the hard work of all those people who are still working on the forensics and on the identification so many years later, because we need to be able to find those people, for those people who know full well that their loved ones aren't coming back. But until they have a place to be able to sit and say their goodbyes and pray for them, it is so much harder to deal with the tragedy.
Definitely, and just like to touch upon the fact that you were saying that, you know, we're still discovering bodies today. It's not even whole bodies. It's, you know, parts of certain, you know, loved ones that are being discovered, and that's such a you know, a hard way to understand that, you know, some families are still out there that, you know, they still haven't, you know, found their families yet. And, you know, there's, as you said, and as we've been saying all morning, there's about only 6,000 have been buried, which is a hard task to do, and it just shows that, you know, there is the sheer vast amount of work that still needs to go through to get, you know, to get to where we need to be. But we're still in we've been 30 years in this, and you'd think that, you know, we would be quite far in the discovery of the parts of their loved ones. So I would just like to introduce another special guest. Dr. Hayden here is a professor in international relations at the University of Westminster. His research interests include transitional justice, humanitarian intervention, and state building. He is the author or editor of 11 books and co-editor of the Routledge Intervention and State Building book series. He's a regular contributor to national and international television and radio. His novel, The Flowers of Srebrenica, was published in 2022, and all proceeds from the book go to the charity Remembering Srebrenica. So welcome to the show, Dr. Aidan. It's an important day, and it's important today to recognise what's happened. What caused? I'd just like to start the interview and say what caused the genocide at Srebrenica in July 1995.
Well, I think there's never one single cause to any genocide, but in the case of Srebrenica, I think there are two factors that contributed most to what happened. The first one is the rise of a very aggressive strain of Serbian nationalism in the 1980s that propelled Milosevic to power. And when he came to power, he sought to create a greater Serbia, essentially. And as the former Yugoslavia started to crumble, a number of countries declared independence, Croatia, Slovenia, but Bosnia was essentially caught in the middle between Croatia and Serbia, and both Croatia and Serbia essentially tried to carve up Bosnia. But the Serbian nationalist discourse regarding the what became known as the Bosniaks or the Bosnian Muslims was very much, a textbook case of how to create an image of a group of people which reduces them to little more than sort of animals, essentially, that they were portrayed as different, as the other, as Islamic, as Turkish, as not quite European, and a threat, a danger, that had to be eliminated. So this discourse built up and built up and built up. And of course, then when the actual conflict began, the manner in which the Serbs treated the Bosnian Muslim population reflected that they were subjected to egregious violence. There was an attempt made to essentially create ethnically pure areas by the Serbs, which included eastern Bosnia, where Srebrenica is. Now, the rise of that aggressive Serbian nationalism was one problem, but the other problem was the fact that the international community demonstrated essentially a lack of commitment to what was happening on the ground in the former Yugoslavia. And a lot of the international actors at the time who really could have done and should have done a lot more in 1992, in 1993, and 1994, so long before Srebrenica, a lot of those people were themselves essentially harboring views about the Bosnian Muslim population, which suggests that, again, they weren't quite European, that they were kind of a relic of the Ottoman Empire, and that did it really matter if there was the creation of ethnically pure states that didn't include the Bosnian Muslims. So by the time of Srebrenica in July 1995, you had these two forces acting together. On the one hand, you had the aggressive Serbian nationalists seeking to cleanse Srebrenica, which was a designated UN safe area, but at the same time you had a marked reluctance on the part of the international community to stop them, essentially, because again their view of the people there was informed by this very old-fashioned, very racist view that they weren't quite European and maybe didn't deserve protection. And after all, who would care if they were moved from Srebrenica to somewhere else? So the ins and outs of the genocide itself relate to those two factors, essentially. And
it just shows that when one nation or one group of people think that they're better than another group, what kind of hatred it can cause, and that's what's happened a lot in the past, and that's where a lot of this the genocide stemmed from, really. But I just want to just now jump from here to another part of our colleagues. We're now joined by our colleagues from Islam Channel who are with us for a very special broadcast. Let's go live now to Brother Arfan, who is on the ground at the Srebrenica Potocari Memorial Cemetery, where thousands of victims of genocide are laid to rest.
Welcome to behind people, 100,000 expecting the memorial anniversary of the genocide happened in over 132 individuals. Earlier, we saw the actual just at my right shoulder.
Yeah, we're just having some issues on the connection, and so we'll go back to Dr. Aidan, and we've just got, you know, we've been looking at a lot of the live images of the memorial ground, and it's been so hot, you know, so moving, and it's been an interesting kind of gathering, and really nice to see, like, you know, people from all walks of life, survivors, you know, loved ones, families, you know, all coming together and just being together in this area. You can see here some, you know, just families sitting around the you know, the stones, and just reflecting and just being together as a family. In your opinion, Dr. Aidan, could the genocide have been prevented if, you know, if more leaders had stepped in?
Yes, I don't think there's ever been a genocide in history that couldn't have been prevented. I think, you know, the genocides don't erupt overnight. They do take a while to ferment. And there were signs long before 1995 that something of this nature was going to happen. There were many dire warnings issued. So a number of actors should have and could have done a lot more to stop what happened. It was, you know, the parallels, I'm afraid, with what's happening today in Palestine, in Gaza, are very clear. You know, that there was a group of people here who were rendered essentially non-human, who were considered to be an other, who weren't like us, and therefore did it really matter if they were moved from their homes, you know, on this very callous realpolitik view of the world, that, you know, to make our lives easier as the UN or as the EU or NATO, it would be better if the Muslims left Srebrenica, left the enclaves in eastern Bosnia and moved somewhere else, and we could concentrate them there, and then we could protect them more. And this notion, which we're seeing played out in Gaza at the moment, when Trump and people like that talk about, you know, just moving the Palestinians somewhere else, you know, it completely disregards, you know, people's emotions, people's connection to their homes, people's relationship with the place that they live. And it shows a very transactional approach that many politicians and people in power unfortunately have, that they fail to appreciate what it means to have been born and raised in a place where your grandparents and great-grandparents and great-grandparents lived, and that wasn't appreciated in 1995, and it's clearly not been appreciated today in 2025 with respects to the Palestinians in Gaza. So, you know, absolutely, it could have been prevented. You know, as I said earlier, it's worth remembering the great horror of Srebrenica in many respects is not just that the Serbs slaughtered so many people, but that they did that in a UN safe area. You know, the terrible irony of that is not lost on the people of Bosnia, and it's certainly a stain on the history of the United Nations.
Definitely, and that's, and I feel like the key thing is that, you know, a lot they're big players, and especially the UN, you know, and others had, you know, and the USA and things like that had a lot of, you know, say in these things, and it wasn't, you know, it wasn't kind of executed. But what do you think has been done since 1995 to improve the international community's ability to respond to atrocities like this occurring inside other states?
The short answer is nothing, I'm afraid. You know, I've been researching about mass atrocity crimes and how the international community responds to them for, I don't know, 20, 25 years now. There's been an awful lot of promises made. Never again. The responsibility to protect. Lots of slogans have been issued by international organizations, by individual state leaders. But the international legal order that existed in 1995 exists today in exactly the same form. So if there's ever to be a response to an intra-state crisis, a crisis inside a state, it requires essentially the consent of the permanent 5 members of the UN Security Council, which is almost impossible to achieve. So you have a situation there where the big 5 can protect one of their friends, if necessary, as you're seeing, unfold, of course, with respects to the United States and Israel, and of course Russia is not going to sanction itself for what it's doing in Ukraine. So that legal order is fundamentally flawed, and as I said, it was the same order that existed in 1995. It's in fact essentially the same order that existed in 1945. So we're living with a UN system that creates an enforcement mechanism that is fundamentally political. So we have all the human rights legislation that we need. We've got the Genocide Convention. There's no shortage of laws. The problem is enforcing those laws. And so long as that system, as it exists today, stays the same, we will continue to see situations like Srebrenica happening. And you just have to look at the timeline. What's happened in the last 30 years? It would be, today is always going to be a very emotional day for the people of Bosnia and for people around the world. But it would at least be some solace if we could say this was the last time that a genocide took place. After 1995, everything changed, and the UN reformed and all that kind of stuff. But you just have to look at the record since 1995, and clearly that hasn't happened. There have been many, many cases of, exactly the same thing happening to different people, but in pretty much the same way, and the international community not doing anything to stop it. And the 5 permanent members, which includes the United Kingdom, of the UN Security Council, one of the only things they agree on is the UN Security Council should not be reformed, because of course it gives them enormous power. So we've created a system which is almost impossible to change, because you need the consent of the 5 biggest powers to change the system to reduce their power, and naturally they're reluctant to do that. So unfortunately, the promises that have been made, the promises and the speeches that many of the world leaders will give today at Potocari and elsewhere, they really do ring hollow. They're particularly in the context of what's happening in Gaza, to say never again after Srebrenica and actually do nothing about it, is a kind of a slap in the face essentially for everybody who was so caught up in that horrific genocide. And when we're remembering Srebrenica, it doesn't make sense to do so if we ignore Gaza, if we ignore the tragedies in Myanmar, in Sudan, in other parts of the world. Remembering Srebrenica means more than just literally remembering what happened in 1995. It should have been, a clarion call for people in positions of power to, change the system, but they simply haven't.
And it's very important to kind of resonate that and to say the fact that one of the key messages from the remembering Srebrenica is about never again, and as you said, we're living, there are nations that are living through it today, especially Palestine and Myanmar and other countries, Yemen. There's a lot of people that living through war crimes and things that are happening just now, and it does ring hollow sometimes when certain leaders do say never again, because this could be definitely avoided. I'd just like to touch a bit upon Bosnia, and how do you think and how stable is Bosnia today?
Well, I'm here in Sarajevo at the moment, and it's a beautiful city. And if anybody is there who hasn't been there, they should certainly come here. It's a very, very welcoming place. The people are wonderful, and it's a great city to walk around and feels very, very safe and friendly. Unfortunately, Bosnia is, as people will know, divided up into different entities, and within Republika Srpska, you have a government there that is, to put it mildly, not welcoming and not friendly. They have, in the last 10 to 15 years, reverted back to the aggressive Serbian nationalism that I talked about earlier, that came to power in the late 1980s in Yugoslavia. The people who run Republika Srpska today, particularly the leader Dodek, they are, very friendly with Putin. They believe in the Russian view of the world. They want closer association with Serbia. They've threatened to, dismember Bosnia. They've talked about leaving. They've talked about not adhering to the rules of the central government in Bosnia. And they are very much creating this discourse, which is, they're not like us. We don't want to be part of this country. This whole Dayton Accord and the Dayton Agreement situation is not something that we recognize anymore. So unfortunately, Bosnia is quite fragile. But it has been for a long time. It is worth remembering that as well. For the last 30 years, it has been a fragile country, and it has survived. But I think there's a different temper to the situation we face at the moment, not least because of Putin, but also because of Trump. God knows what Trump will do when it comes to any particular situation. But Dodek, the Republika Srpska leader, is a huge fan of Trump, and he clearly believes that Trump's victory is good for the people in Republika Srpska who don't want Bosnia to continue to exist. So time will tell what happens, but it is certainly a fragile situation. But again, the international community over the last 10 or 15 years has done very, very little to clamp down on the rise of sectarian nationalism amongst the Serbs in Bosnia. And of course, not all Serbs, but there are some who seem to want to go back to the very, very bad old days. And again, much more could and should have been done by the international community to sanction those involved in fomenting this discourse and creating the situation where Bosnia today, is tense and does appear to be, at least susceptible to some future conflict or cessation in the coming years.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aidan. And it's been important to kind of reflect on these things and really talk about especially Bosnia today and how and what kind of fragile situation that they are in today. Thank you so much for all the guests, but stick with us. We've had a jam-packed show, especially with amazing guests, really bringing their knowledge and honing in on the remembering Srebrenica today. But let's go for a break, and thank you so much. Jazakallah khair.
Premijer Islamske republike Pakistan Muhammad Shehbaz Sharif danas nije mogao biti ovdje, a želio je zbog obaveza koje je imao, ali je uputio pismo članu predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine gospodinu Denisu Bećireviću. Ja ću ga pročitati. Ekscelencijo, zahvaljujem vam na pozivu da prisustvujem komemoraciji povodom obilježavanja 30. godišnjice genocida u Srebrenici 11. jula 1995. Nažalost, zbog hitnih obaveza koje zahtijevaju moje prisustvo u Islamabadu, nisam u prilici lično da prisustvujem događaju. Međutim, zamolio sam svoga državnog ministra za pitanje Pakistanaca u inostranstvu, gospodina Čadrija, da prisustvuje ovom važnom događaju u moje ime. Ekscelencijo, na komemoraciji s tugom se sjećamo preko 8.000 naše bosanske braće, brutalno masakriranih u julu 1995. godine, u najgorem zločinu u Europi nakon Drugog svjetskog rata. Tragedija u Srebrenici nije bila samo zločin protiv jednog naroda. To je bio zločin protiv čovječanstva. Narod Pakistana zajedno sa mnom moli svemogućeg Allaha za rahmet šehida Srebrenice, da podari sabor ožalošćenim porodicama da podnesu ovaj nenadoknadivi gubitak. Odajemo veliku počast nesalomljivoj otpornosti preživjelih i majki Srebrenice, čija bol i dan danas nas boli. Ekscelencijo, Pakistan je oduvijek bio snažan zagovornik poštivanja međunarodnog prava i ljudskih prava. Uvijek smo se protivili politici negiranja i nekažnjivosti, bilo da se radi o Srebrenici, Palestini ili Džamu i Kašmiru. U tom duhu ponovo ističemo našu solidarnost sa bratskim narodom Bosne i Hercegovine i potvrđujemo našu nepokolebljivost u podršci i istini, pravdi, ali i temeljnim pravima svih naroda da žive u miru. Ekscelencijo, rado se sjećam našeg srdačnog i produktivnog telefonskog razgovora povodom Kurban Bajrama. Pakistan izuzetno cijeni svoje srdačne, prijateljske i bratske odnose sa Bosnom i Hercegovinom. Čvrsto vjerujem da postoji ogroman potencijal za dalje jačanje naše saradnje. U tom kontekstu, s velikom radošću se nadam da ću vam uskoro poželjeti dobrodošlicu u Islamabadu. Vaša ekscelencijo, primite izraze mog najdubljeg poštovanja. U potpisu predsjednik Pakistana Muhammad Sharif. Sada će vam se obratiti predsjednik Vlade Republike Hrvatske, gospodin Andrej Plenković.
Poštovani preživjeli, poštovane obitelji žrtava, poštovane majke Srebrenice, poštovani gospodine Bećirević, članu predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine, poštovani predstavnici izvršne i zakonodavne vlasti u Bosni i Hercegovini na svim razinama, predstavnici vjerskih zajednica, poštovani gospodine Schmidt, poštovani predsjedniče organizacijskog odbora gospodine Fejzić, poštovani ravnatelju Memorijalnog centra gospodine Suljagić, cijenjene ekscelencije, međunarodni predstavnici, dame i gospodo. Obraćam vam se s dubokim poštovanjem, tugom i suosjećanjem povodom 30. obljetnice genocida u Srebrenici, najstrašnijeg zločina počinjenog na europskom tlu nakon Drugog svjetskog rata. Već je 30 godina prošlo od dana kada je više od 8.000 muškaraca i dječaka brutalno ubijeno samo zato što su bili Bošnjaci. Njihove obitelji zauvijek razorene, a međuljudsko povjerenje duboko ranjeno. U ime Vlade Republike Hrvatske izražavam iskrenu sućut i suosjećanje osobito vama, obiteljima žrtava čija je bol nemjerljiva. Hrvatska i Bosna i Hercegovina bile su žrtve agresije Miloševićevog režima, a brojni naši gradovi i sela doživjeli su teške zločine, razaranja i žrtve. Tisuće obitelji oplakivali su svoje najmilije. Kao i vi ovdje sada u Srebrenici i mi još uvijek tragamo za 1744 nestale osobe, a njihova sudbina ostaje otvorena rana našega društva. Zato s dubokim poštovanjem gledamo u vas koji ste ostali, majke, obitelji, preživjeli.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to the 30th anniversary of Remembering Srebrenica. We are seeing live images now on our feed here about how people are gathering together today in the Remembering Srebrenica and to mark the 30th anniversary of the Srebrenica Genocide. We're now joined by our colleagues from Islam Channel who are with us for a very special broadcast. Let's go live now to Brother Irfan, who is on the ground at the Srebrenica Memorial Cemetery, where thousands of victims of the genocide are laid to rest. Brother Irfan, tell us what you're seeing and feeling there today as the world pauses to remember. But we're just finding it a little bit difficult. We'll get to Brother Irfan, hopefully. We've got some images here. It's getting busier and busier now from when we started the show earlier on in the morning, where we saw a few people gathering around. Now you can see a lot of people, more crowds coming along to commemorate and to really remember what's happened and to actually just send a few prayers and reflections about today on the 11th of July, on the 30th anniversary of the Srebrenica genocide. You can see mothers, standing around and just really reflecting on their lost loved ones, whether it was their father or their brother, son, uncle, who lost their lives in the genocide on the 11th of July. I've just got word that hopefully we can go back to Brother Irfan. Brother Irfan, tell us what you're seeing and feeling there today as we remember
Assalamu
Srebrenica.
alaikum. I'm live here in the cemetery, the memorial. Behind me, we can see a sea of people coming to see their loved ones on this very, very important national day, which is the 30th anniversary of the Srebrenica massacre. The massacre itself took place in 1995 over a space of 2 days, where 8,732 individuals were murdered in a genocide which is unknown on European level since the Second World War. Now, some of the stories that have been recounted to me have been extraordinary. I was sitting with an individual. He was like very young, maybe in his mid-20s, and he was saying to me, "I've come here today to bury my grandfather, and we only have his jawline. So we've only got his lower half of his jaw, and that is what we are burying today." I had the opportunity to look and see the graves, open graves, just over my right-hand side, 7 spots where the graves have been ready for these bodies to be put. And these are not bodies that we think of as whole bodies. These are parts of bodies. Because at the time, the Serb forces, when they committed the genocide itself, they actually took the mass graves, redug them up, and distributed the body parts in order to hide their crimes. Now, in the genocide itself, over 100,000 individuals were murdered. Excuse me. We had the opportunity to stay with an imam in Srebrenica itself, and mashallah, he said that there was 5 mosques there, numerous families living there. That particular mosque that we were able to stay at and see, and you'll see this report later on. He said that the mosque was burned down, and this is what happened during the Bosnian genocide, really just targeting Muslim Bosnian men, women, and children. And unfortunately, we know for women, there was mass rapes happening. You've seen them in the footage where they set up camps and continuous rape was happening. So it was a genocide on many levels for many individuals. And the scars of this genocide are still very relevant. And what is really powerful to see, and what I can report to you, is that we've seen people from all over the world, from Sweden, from Hong Kong, from Australia, all parts of the world coming here today on the 30th anniversary to commemorate this genocide that took place against Muslims. And this is not just something that was extraordinary. One of the imams said to me, this is the 11th genocide that we have faced in our history, and this is only the recent one. And what is another poignant point was that one of our drivers that came and picked us up from the airport, he actually said, 2 months ago, I was getting ready for war again. And I said, what do you mean? I said, Bosnia is extremely safe, it's stable. He goes, no, it's like a tinderbox, it can go at any point. So really, the European Union and Europeans have been sitting on this point, but it is a tinderbox where it can ignite at any point. And when we were coming into the actual Portokaria itself, the town, and to the memorial last night, we saw these posters, and it was from Serb houses, effectively. And they put out these pictures of individuals and loved ones that they claim to have lost during the genocide itself. Now, what was important at that point was that we don't know, or we haven't documented how many Serbs had actually died during the war itself. But what we do know that hundreds of thousands plus of Muslim Bosniaks were effectively murdered between those years of the war, when we saw the breakup of the former Yugoslavia. And at that point, the Bosniaks themselves had voted democratically to leave the Yugoslavia, the former Soviet state, and to embark on its own democracy. Unfortunately, the Serbs had other ideas along with the Croats, and we had the situation of the Belarus interfering in the regional politics of Bosnia itself, and that's where the genocide was allowed to continue. And what is also poignant behind me, if we just spin around this way, you'll see we have a kind of a large screen, and this screen itself, and behind it is called the Battery Factory. And this factory was around at that time, and that's where a lot of the genocide was happening. This was also where the UN headquarters were, the Dutch forces. The Dutch forces themselves were kind of, unfortunately, complicit in the genocide, because they handed over those people that came to seek sanctuary from the Serb forces with the UN peacekeepers. The UN peacekeepers then handed over the individuals to the Serbs promising to protect them, but unfortunately those promises were empty, and we saw the massacre. If you see here, what is another important thing is just if my cameraman can pan around, you'll see people standing at graveyards. They recognize the individuals, their loved ones. They're making dua for them. They're sitting them. So this is like an annual pilgrimage, and I've had the opportunity of going for the Hajj, and this is something very close to it. Hundreds of thousands of people have turned up here. Well, we've seen bikers, riders come, and every time I ask them to why have they come? Why have they chose to be here? Some traveling thousands upon thousands of miles to commemorate loved ones, or just to remember the genocide itself. And they say, look, we cannot allow Europe or the Europeans to forget this genocide, because this happened to Bosnian Muslims. A lot of them were actually talking about Palestine. So they say, look, there's a lot of similarities between the genocide in regards to the genocide that is happening in Gaza. We've seen people hand out the Palestinian flag. We've seen individuals quoting Gaza and say, look, if we do not remember, if Bosnia is allowed to forget the genocide that happened here, and if we do not commemorate days like this, then we will see more genocides happening around the world. So we're going to try to go and walk down, and what you'll see here is uniformed guards themselves getting ready for the memorial. And as we come around, what we will see is all the soldiers lining up, and they're lining up to give the flowers to the loved ones. We have the green dome over there, and that's where the ceremony will take place. And the ceremony will take place over here, where the imams will lead the Jummah prayer. They will do the Fatiha. They will then do the janazah for the 7 individuals whose body parts have been who have been found, and then they will seek to bury them, and then the ceremonies will end from there. And alhamdulillah, during the broadcast, we'll bring you these exclusive footages. Right now, what I can see is the soldiers ready to receive the dignitaries. They've got the national flower there and ready to hand out to the loved ones. The imams have taken their spaces, and people, as far as the eye can see, are sitting. If we look at it this way, there's a wall, and this wall has all the name of the individuals that were found and the genocide was perpetrated against. And if we can just come around this side, you may just be
Thank you so much, brother Arfan. That was really interesting to see and really nice to see like what's happening there and the situation. And he took us kind of on a little bit of a tour to see where the imams and and where they're going to be sitting and where they're going to be doing the kind of commemoration. And it's nice to see the live images all day today and to see how everyone is coming together. As the brother said there, hundreds and thousands of people coming together, really commemorating today, really commemorating their loved ones, being there as a support, being there to show that we are not going to forget what happened in Bosnia. We're not going to forget what happened, and it's not just a small thing. It's one of the biggest kind of genocides that's happened since the Second World War, and it's really important to highlight that, really important to kind of commemorate that and to not let people forget, and to also have that that narrative of never again, to say that we've seen this happen in our recent times, and we've seen something like this happen just 30 years ago. This today marks the 30th anniversary, so it's only 30 years ago where this happened, where we've got people, as we had Brother Sabit from before, who really spoke about his experience and what he what he went through, and it's quite important to see to kind of just remember that. And we've got more guests coming on the show to speak about the experience. We've still got Abby and Robert on the line, and just like to go to Robert and to speak to you about the victims and their families, and you've as you've said, you've lived with them, and just to kind of resonate and talk about the experiences that they've lived through, and to speak about that story that you said earlier, that the mother was still putting a plate out for her for her loved one, so that in the hope of finding him. And that just shows over here the pictures and the live videos that we're having today, and if you can just reflect on some of that.
Yeah, well, the pictures that you're showing are extremely moving, not just to the Bosniaks in the UK, and as was mentioned, those from all over the world who are attending the ceremony in Potocari. So I think it is worth pointing out that where the cemetery is located in near Srebrenica in Potocari, that area became part of the spoils of war, if you like, and Srebrenica is now part of Republika Srpska, populated instead of by Muslims as it was in the 1990s. It's now populated by Serbs, and so it can be quite a hostile place to visit, especially when there are funerals taking place. And that's just an added element of the distress that is caused to the families of those who had died, to know that we've talked a lot about denial is still there, but to perpetuate it and target some of the families who go to that cemetery to pay tribute and to remember their loved ones. So for the Bosniaks from Srebrenica and around, it makes it such a poignant place for them to go to. And so, Bosnia was virtually halved in two as part of the Dayton Agreement. And so, although the Dayton Agreement allowed for people who were ethnically cleansed from those areas could return to their homes, and many brave people did return back to the homes that they were ethnically cleansed from, only to find that there were Serbs living in their former homes, and that too was a challenge for the people. So it is extremely, extremely poignant for everyone.
It sure is, especially for people even in the UK to watch this and to see that the Bosniaks who've actually like we had our guest earlier, who now lives in Hertfordshire, and he resides here and he does his work here. And it's really important to have these kind of outlets for people to not only talk about what's happening, but also to commemorate and to kind of continue that message so that it doesn't get forgotten. Some of the work that you've done through your archaeology and your forensics and stuff like that, and it would be nice to touch upon some of the stuff that you've done, and also to show to speak about your volunteer work in terms of remembering Srebrenica.
I beg your pardon, I was muted there. Sorry, I was just saying that I've already mentioned in detail some of the work that we carried out from '96 until 2002, and that that's still very memorable. And if I could keep returning to the point that although I had worked in various parts of the world doing similar type of work, what impacted more than anything was the cruelty that was levelled against the victims, the Bosniaks, before they were killed. And it's worth mentioning too that Aidan talked about the history behind the genocide. Bosnia was a pretty easy target for the Serbs, in the sense that they had no army to speak of. The Serbs had the former Yugoslavian National Army, one of the largest in Europe. And so the Bosniaks, the Muslims, were so vulnerable that they couldn't defend themselves, and unfortunately the UN weren't able to protect them as was promised. And so that makes quite a difference too. What I do now is go into schools and various other places to talk about mainly about the forensic work, but a bit about the history as well, and the impact that it's had on so many people. If I could just tell you one quick story. I did a tour of prisons in Scotland, and one of the most notorious prisons I visited, before I went into the room, a few of the prison guards asked if they could come and join the classroom, and of course I said yes. And they explained that they were British soldiers in Bosnia, part of the peacekeeping group who encountered some terrible atrocities, and so they came in. But what was significant to me was that after my talk, there was a queue of prisoners who wanted to speak to me also, because they said exactly the same thing, that they were British soldiers, and what they've witnessed in finding discovering the atrocities themselves had affected their lives. And I found it interesting that you get two groups of people who chose different paths in lives, and I'm convinced that part of that reason was because of what they saw during their time in the forces. And that's just one anecdote about how it affected so many other people. But naturally, the priority must be given to the Bosniaks and what they endured daily for so many years. And we've talked about the genocide. We haven't mentioned the fact that Srebrenica and 5 other safe areas, so-called safe areas, had been under siege for 3 years, and including in Sarajevo, and the suffering that people endured there from daily constant bombings and snipers, but most of all, starvation was another major factor in this, and many people died during those 3 years of starvation, disease, and murder as well. So I just wanted to point that out about the terrible suffering that wasn't just in July 1995. It went on from 1992 until 95.
And that's it's very important to actually highlight that, because we do talk about the genocide, and it is over 8,000 individuals kind of massacred, but it was a genocide, but there was also events that led up to 1995 as well. In 1992, there was there was attacks of civilian areas and things like that. So there's a lot that was lost before and after, as you said as well, because of the siege as well. So just touching upon your your volunteer work and how you said you go into schools and things like that, but we actually haven't touched upon your book as well. It's called Grey Faces, and it tackles genocide denial and the glorification of war criminals. Can you touch a bit more upon your book, Grey Faces?
Yes, well, the book was published, I think it must be about 3 years ago now, and this was the result of a daily diary that I kept whilst I was in Bosnia. We weren't allowed to take any photographs of what we were doing for obvious reasons, but I would write in my journal just daily events, and so and it wasn't until I discovered the charity Remembering Srebrenica that I realised that I could maybe help in a small way by talking about the forensic work that was carried out there, and that culminated in the book. And I'd just like to say also that that one of the aspects of the Bosnian War was the sexual violence against women. It's been said up to 50,000 women were reportedly violated, raped, and some of them made to carry their pregnancies to full term. The Serbs forced them to do this, as they said, so that they would have Serbian children. And so, so many young people have grown up with this in their minds about their parentage. So anyway, so getting back to the book, I donate all of the proceedings to the book to an organisation called Women Victims of War in Sarajevo, because those women, that organisation supports many females from all ethnicities who have been subjected to sexual violence, and they get very little financial support to carry on with their work. And so that's worth pointing out. But the book has been good for me personally, because it was a way of dealing with some issues. I had some mental health issues when I retired, as does my paintings. Painting helped, and so I'm pleased to say that book has been is now in prestigious libraries throughout the world, and that's another tool, if you like, that can help people understand what happened there. It's a very personal story. I'm not an academic, and although I do go into some detail, it's more a reflection on my personal experiences there.
It is quite important to to have these outlets, whether it's through your book and amazingly through your paintings as well, which you've given to as part of projects, so that people can have a good a kind of a window to what had happened at that time, especially the fact that you did go to visit very soon after the genocide in 1996. And those things are very important, because especially having these kind of books to refer to and paintings and things like that are very big, much part of the heritage and what kind of the reflections of what kind of the stories that live on. And where can we find like some of these paintings and things like that? So just it's interesting to know.
There's a couple of ways. I do have a website, robertmcneil.co.uk, that highlights some of the paintings. But as I say, that I donate the paintings to educational organisations and museums, in fact, which I'm quite proud of, because the paintings, I suppose, like literature, can generate conversations about events, and that's what I find with some of the paintings, that people look at them and then ask questions, because the paintings that I do aren't pretty pictures. They're not things that you would want to put in your living room wall, if I'm being honest. But that wasn't my intention. I don't sell any of the paintings. I just feel that it's important that people can see them. So they are used in schools, and I'll be happy to if anyone's interested, to share them with people who want to show them to their pupils or students or whatever. And that's where online presentations have been very helpful. I mentioned earlier that I have quite close connections in America, especially in 2 or 3 universities there, and so I'm invited almost annually now to speak to their students from all different courses, humanitarian, law, etc. And the paintings are very useful, as I said, to illustrate the events there.
Very interesting, Robert, and I will quite nicely go to Dr. Aidan, because he has also done a book. And what is your book about, Dr. Aidan, The Flowers of Srebrenica?
Thank you. Yeah, the book is about a visit that I paid to the Memorial Centre in Pondicherry. I drove there with my tour guide, Mustafa, and we visited the Memorial Centre and then also the graveyard, and then drove back to Sarajevo. But it was an incredibly moving experience. There was something, otherworldly about the Memorial Centre, and particularly the graveyard. It really moved me, and I felt compelled to write this novel. I'm an academic. I don't, write novels. But the kind of work that I've written about before, academic work, I think, like Robert was saying, art can connect people to tragedy in a way that academic books simply can't, and I felt with this book that I wanted to do something that would enable people to understand, the truth about what happened at Srebrenica, but also understand the resilience of the people who have survived, not just the Srebrenica genocide, but the war that happened in Bosnia for the previous 3 years, and all the proceeds from the book go to the charity Remembering Srebrenica. And it's been an extraordinary experience, to be able to connect with, survivors from 1995, from people who fought during the war in 1992 to 1995, and to engage with the Bosnian community in the UK and people like Robert and all these wonderful people that work with Remembering Srebrenica to try to ensure that this tragedy isn't forgotten. And the book was turned into a play, and it was shown. It had its premiere in Sarajevo, where I am, at the War Theatre on Wednesday. I can hear myself. It sounds a bit anyway. But yeah, it had its premiere on Wednesday. And it was very emotional. The guy that I wrote the book about, Mustafa, I managed to track him down, and that again was extremely emotional. He came to see it yesterday, and we had another showing last night in Sarajevo. and it's traveling to Tuzla on tomorrow, and then it's going on a tour to Serbia and Norway and Italy, and later to United Kingdom. So yeah, it's been an amazing experience, and to be able to meet the people that I've met through that has been wonderful.
That's it's very nice to hear that, it is traveling through, and it's not just, showing in Sarajevo, and that you're actually, connecting with the community through art, through theatre, I guess, to represent and to again help, and to help with the story, and to push and to really speak about the stories of remembering Srebrenica. Where, and now you will be coming to the UK. How can we kind of connect with that?
Yeah, it's coming to the UK in October, and it's going to be on at Jackson's Lane Theatre. It's the theatre group is called Legal Aliens, which is a theatre group that works with migrants and refugees and asylum seekers in London. So it's an extraordinary theatre group, and they've really added to the book. The play is based on the book, but there's an awful lot in the play that they've added to from the book. So it's a fantastic, visually stunning, and the acting and the script is brilliant as well. But if people want to look it up, it's as I said, Legal Aliens Theatre Group, and it'll be here from the 14th to the 18th of October at Jackson's Lane Theatre.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aidan. And also, I know you're in Sarajevo right now, but do you come and visit Bosnia a lot? And do you come to the memorial ground? And yeah.
No, I've only been to the Memorial Centre once, which is what I wrote the book about. Most of my work is to do with Kosovo, which is, relatively similar story there. Again, you had the rise of aggressive Serbian nationalism, the lack of international engagement. The Albanians in Kosovo are overwhelmingly Muslim, like the Bosnian Muslims, obviously. So very similar parallels there. But after I visited Potocari, it's lodged in my heart and in my head forever. And the work that I've done since with Remembering Srebrenica and various different events that we've held this year and last year at my university, and in events that Remembering Srebrenica themselves have put on, it's been wonderful to connect with the Bosnian community in the United Kingdom.
For sure, definitely. And I'd just like to touch upon going to Abby. I'd like to ask you a question about how the people of the next generation and the young people. How can we engage with with these kind of situations, and how can we take lessons from Remembering Srebrenica and the genocide, and how can we go forward from this?
Well, every board in the UK, in the regional boards and the country boards, they have their different methods of how they teach people. In Wales, we have a slightly different curriculum, and Robert was speaking about the curriculum in Serbia and how it differs from that in Bosnia. And we have a different curriculum to England and Wales, and we have something called the Welsh Baccalaureate, which allows for a certain module called Global Citizenship. And so we've created education modules specifically on Srebrenica, and that's in English and Welsh in the curriculum now, which is the first time it's ever been created within a curriculum. And so there's that element of it, but as similarly to Robert, we go into schools, universities, colleges, and we'll talk to people about the lessons. And it can either be about the build up to the war, or it can be about the forensics, or it can be about various different aspects. We'll try and cover as many things as we possibly can. But we also provide bespoke youth ambassador programs, because as I mentioned earlier, I think it has to be about a peer-to-peer situation where students learn about it and they tell their peers about it. That has far more impact than us sitting there and telling more people. We want them to talk about it. We want it to be part of conversations. And so we provide these youth ambassador programs where we will engage with those youths in the way that they most benefit. So that could be through
art, such as what Robert does. It could be through plays. I know a number of the different regional boards have worked on a most amazing play in the UK as well. So going back to what Aidan said, in Wales, we've worked a lot with music and providing white flower. So there's lots of different ways. It doesn't have to be an academic way of speaking to people, because often that doesn't resonate. And so I think it's our obligation to find different ways to teach people. But going back to the memorial stone that we commissioned for remembrance in Wales, that is a literal marble stone that will be in the Garden of Peace. But we also commissioned a printed 3D model of it, the stone, an exact replica, but it shows the stone as it is in the Srebrenica Potocari cemetery now. So it's the top element of it that is raised from the ground. So it has a piece of grass at the bottom, and we take that to schools. What we will do, it was only unveiled last week, but we will now be taking that into schools as an extra visual aid for people to understand, because I think often they could be lost in the detail of the story of Bosnia and Srebrenica. And I think having as much alternative educational resources is really necessary to bring it home to those younger generations that we need to rely on now for changing our future. But I do think a huge amount has to be done on denial. Both Robert and Aidan have been talking about denial, and also the impact of failure to make change. And we've spoken about that in that so much could have been done prior to 1992. Not just from the international community and politicians and people involved, or who could have made change, but also just populations. The atrocities that occurred in Amasca, what we heard from Sabit recently, the Amasca concentration camp was put on, a photograph was put on Time magazine, which was one of arguably the most important and famous magazines provided globally to people. There was an image on the front of it, and that went global in 1992. So how did it get to the point where we then had to wait until 1995 for some change to make when this horrendous atrocity occurred? Everything could have been sorted in 1992. At the start of the siege of Sarajevo, this could have been sorted. But we waited and we waited and we waited and we watched things happen. And that's what I find the hardest part of all of this. And that's what I teach a lot about as well. Don't just sit by and watch something happen. If you hear about something that you don't agree with, or you have a question about it, ask, talk about it, discuss, make change. I think far too often we're either too open with our hate and people will say what they think, or the opposite is that they don't say something when they see something happening that's not right. And I think that those are the two things we need to address. We need to address rhetoric used wrongly, and we need to address silence used wrongly. And that's what we're trying to do a lot in our education in Wales.
And it's very important, especially for in the climate nowadays, when, for example, schools in London have been, told, maybe elsewhere, but kind of speak about the locality, and they have stopped young people to talk about Palestine, and they have stopped these kind of and made it like a political conversation, and said we're not going to be political here, but actually silencing is probably more detrimental than actually having healthy conversations surrounding that. What advice would you give them? What advice would you give those young people that are being silenced?
I think as long as, I can't give advice on what to do if you're being silenced, other than if you feel you're being silenced, it is to go and learn about it. Make sure that whatever you say is correct. Don't add fire to the situation by getting it wrong. This is your moment. If you are able to make your voice heard, make it impactful. Get that information. Seek advice from people before you say it, and talk about it. Just don't get it wrong and ruin your opportunity to be able to make change or to make your voice heard. If you are being silenced, then you need to find an alternative way to get your voice heard, and that is by contacting people with a platform or contacting organisations, charities, whomever, so that you can make impact, or going to MPs. I mean, a lot of that sort of work, I understand, can fall on deaf ears, but if we don't do anything and we just sit idly by because we think that our voice wouldn't be heard, or that because we wouldn't be able to make change if you're a young person or if you don't have a platform, etc., then we are condemned to remember and condemned for this to continue. We have to talk about it. But the danger with such a sensitive topic such as Bosnia is that people will get terms wrong. They will get place names wrong, or they will get very, very important minutiae of detail wrong. And we are very aware in the charity that it is a very complicated, convoluted story to tell. So I would urge people to perhaps contact the charity if they want to have trusted information and or somebody to voice that information for them on their behalf. As I said previously, the charity have created the most amazing education resources, and it really is impactful, and they can learn in so many different ways and disseminate that information in different ways as well. So as we've said, we've got the different areas of the arts, we've got the academic side. The charity has their own academic board as well, who provide all this factual information that's appropriate and accurate. So please do get in touch if there is anything that people need from us.
I think that's quite important to highlight that when you're speaking about very sensitive topics, to have impactful conversations rather than talking about things where you may necessarily not know the correct terminology and and things like that, and sometimes points can be taken wrongly, and that's so important. I just want to touch upon the unveiling of the stone that you've just had, and I love how you did have like some research going into that, and how then you thought, you know what, actually let's do a replica of the stone, exactly what you can see in Pottichari, and you got the person that was out there to make it. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, the stonemason is just outside Sarajevo. We contacted her. First of all, we went to the Srebrenica Memorial Centre with our proposal and the idea, first of all, because I wanted to make sure that the idea was fitting and appropriate to not just Muslims, but also to the victims and the families and the survivors, because I can come up with ideas through our board, but I am not Bosnian, I'm not Muslim, and I wanted to make sure that it was appropriate and respectful first. So we had it approved by the Srebrenica Memorial Centre, and they gave us the details of the stonemason who has indeed created all of the 6,000 plus stones that are in the Srebrenica Pottichari cemetery now. And we contacted her and had a meeting with her and her two sons, who run the organisation. It's a family-led organisation for I think maybe 3 generations. And the company is called Klesar, and it's just outside Sarajevo. And we had a conversation and a Zoom meeting with Albadina and her sons. And within the first email that I sent to her, she immediately responded just to say, we are 100% on board with this idea. It's beautiful. And also there's another unique element to our stone, which, as I mentioned, the Al-Fatiha chapter of the Quran is at the top, then there is the Bosnian poem, and then the Srebrenica 8372 at the bottom. But on the back of the stone, which in Bosnia they are plain, on our one we have the English translation of the Bosnian saying, so that people can understand what it is that's been written on the stone. And as I mentioned, we're also going to have the commissioned poem that we've commissioned. That will be on either side of the stone as well. So again, it brings in another element of the arts for people to resonate with. So yes, it has a huge amount of meaning, that stone, and I hope that the feedback that we've already had from Bosnian people is overwhelm and gratitude for us bringing that stone over. So I am glad that we chose that as the permanent memorial for Wales in the end. And
that's actually such a beautiful and lovely gesture from from yourselves and to put it out there in Wales. Very important to kind of continue that message, and the fact that we won't be forgotten, and it will still be remembered, and which is lovely about the charity, which is remembering Srebrenica. We've been joined with lovely guests today, and we've had some really nice, lovely features of live in Bosnia Potchari. But before we continue the show, we'll go for a break, and it'll be in. Please don't forget to join us back again. Assalamu alaikum.
in tears, and at the end there was an awful lot of emotion as well. And it's not that people don't want to remember it. Obviously, it's not that people want to avoid those emotions, but it's extremely difficult, I think, for people to, on the one hand, remember their particular loved ones, but also the broader international context of that brings so many people to Botticelli and to Srebrenica and Sarajevo and Bosnia as a whole at this time. It's a very public international remembrance ceremony, and I hope that for the individuals it stays something that is very individual for them, because it is their husbands, their daughters, their aunts, uncles, whatever, all these people that they can remember. And I know today isn't the day to get political about things, but it always does strike me that there is something unpleasant about a number of the people that come to Botticelli as representatives of the international community, who represent countries that did nothing in 1995 to stop this massacre, and now are there saying never again, and looking solemn and giving these very earnest speeches. That doesn't sit well with me. Nor did it sit well when I attended the event at St. Paul's Cathedral in London a couple of weeks ago, and to remember Srebrenica, and the Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner stood up and spoke about the terrible events in 1995, and we must never let this happen again. And at the same time, she is part of a government that is perpetuating genocide in Palestine. It's not committing it, but it is certainly complicit in it. So, there is an element of these memorial events that, I think for the people involved themselves, who still feel very, very angry about the UN, particularly the Dutch troops that were there, but also the international community more generally. I think that there's certainly a strain within the Bosnian people themselves that does see this as a little bit too little too late, a little bit hollow. There's a great kind of skepticism here about the international community and about their commitments and about international law. And it's very important for people like me who work in that area, for anybody, to come here and speak to Bosnians, to speak to Kosovo Albanians, to speak to Palestinians, and ask them, what do you think about the international community? What do you think about the UN? Because you'll get an answer there that cuts through an awful lot of the official rhetoric, which presents itself as being this dynamic, caring, organizations that do wonderful things, and very often, unfortunately, they don't. But I as I said, I think that the whole country is consumed with at least, where I am in Sarajevo, there's an awful lot of people consumed with what's happening at the moment, and these scenes from Botticelli are extraordinarily moving.
They really are moving, and yourself and Abby and Robert and other people that are involved in coming on the show like this and really speaking about the things that are happening, and the lessons and what we can do going forward and things like that is really important. But I just want to also touch upon that Srebrenica, I guess. It's not just history, but I guess it's a warning, and that's what you're trying to say, that Dr. Hayden, that it's nice to see the people being there, but actually sometimes it feels hollow because some of them are part of governments or groups that can start making a difference, but it proves that there's a lot more that needs to be done. What can we do as as just normal individuals watching this to kind of push this rhetoric forward?
Yeah, I mean, I remember interviewing somebody in New York a few years ago who works for Human Rights Watch, and he said something that always stuck with me. He said that the United Nations is very, very good at commemorating genocides. It's not good at stopping them. And that's always struck me when I see events like this, that again, it's that disjuncture between what was done at the time and now what people say they wish they had done. I think as individuals, I moved to the UK in 2005. What people were saying then compared to what they're saying now is dramatically different, just in terms of ordinary rhetoric, the political rhetoric. What people are allowed to say today publicly, politicians, journalists, about foreigners, about Muslims, about the other, the demonized other. that has become normalized. That has become much, much worse in the last 20 years. And, you know, I think it's something that Abby mentioned there earlier. It's that thing that we can do. You know, we don't have to come to Potachari. We don't have to write books. We don't have to do these big grand gestures. But when somebody makes a racist comment, when somebody says something that is clearly sectarian, is clearly hate-filled, then we can all call that out, particularly, of course, when politicians do that. And it's very dispiriting to see the rise of, you know, a party like Reform in the UK and all the other hate-filled sectarian parties that just perpetuate lies and nonsense about, you know, particularly Islam. You know, this is very dispiriting, and it can only be tackled if people are brave enough and willing to confront it when they hear it. You know, it was so disappointing to see the Labour Party in particular in the last 10 years try to jump on this bandwagon that we need to stop the small boats. And Keir Starmer recently talking about not wanting the UK to turn into an island of strangers or some nonsense like that. You know, this should have been the opposite should have been said. You know, that hate-filled rhetoric that Reform are spouting out, instead of trying to jump on the bandwagon, people like Keir Starmer, who's a very well-educated man who knows about human rights, he should have confronted it. He should confront those lies. It's not refugees that are the problem in the UK. If you go to working class areas, and I live in Gillingham, people in those areas think that the problems that they face stem from refugees. And, you know, of course they think that, because journalists say it, politicians say it, and they get away with it. And unless we call it out, you know, that will perpetuate itself. And you know, it may not lead to the horrors of Srebrenica, but it's exactly the same thing that led to genocides in the past, the emergence over time of the creation of another hate-filled rhetoric and the normalization of this division between us and them.
Thank you. Thank you, Aidan, for that. We're going to also take you back to the live images here, and we're just going to have a feel, and we're going to listen to the sounds and the actual real, the live sounds and images from what's happening in Potachari in Sarajevo, in Srebrenica. So let's have a look here.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Slušali ste Srebrenički inferno. Đelo Jusić, proslavljeni kompozitor bosansko-hercegovačkog porijekla, kreirao ga je prema tekstu književnika i pjesnika Džemaludina Latića, kao jedno od najvažnijih dijela posvećenih tragediji genocida u Srebrenici. Ovaj emotivni oratorij kroz muziku i stihove prikazuje stradanje žrtava, ali i nadu za budućnost. Jusić je jednom prilikom izjavio: "Oplakao sam Srebrenicu dok sam pisao muziku za Inferno." Dijelo sadrži 8 stavova, među kojima se izdvaja jedan koji nosi naziv Lanet Olsun, što znači prokleti.
What a beautiful the poetry there. I don't really understand the words that it was saying, but actually it just really touched very differently, and honestly it was just very, very emotional, and I feel like seeing the people gathered together there is just really, really emotional, and actually something so touching, so really deep in the heart, and actually you just feel the emotions that are pouring out there, and those words and the poetry that was coming out really touched my heart. I'll just go to Robert, and if you've got any reflections about some of the things that that you saw there, and I feel like it might be a poem that probably is spoken every year.
Yes, the Srebrenica poem that's been said in almost every memorial event, not just in the UK but in other parts of the world, and it's very poignant. And if I could just mention something that Abby was involved with, her song "White Flower." That was produced during lockdown, I feel is one of the most poignant and moving, beautiful songs that always brings a tear to my eye. And so there are so many emotional attributes to this. And listening to Aidan talking about his forthcoming play or bringing it over to the UK, I do hope I get an opportunity to see that. In fact, Aidan and I had the honour of being part of a Q&A for another...
Sorry, Robert, I'm just going to just stop you there. We're just going to go back to the live feed because we've got the Imam just speaking right there.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة لا إله إلا الله.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا ونبينا محمد. آمين آمين آمين. والحمد لله رب العالمين. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
لله. الحمد لله رب العالمين. نستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله. أرسله الله بالحق بشيرا ونذيرا وداعيا إلى الله بإذنه وسراجا منيرا لينذر من كان حيا ويحق القول على الكافرين. وصلى الله تعالى عليه وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين وأصحابه الكرام الهداة المهتدين وسلم تسليما كثيرا. نسأل الله ربنا أن يجعلنا ممن يطيعه ويطيع رسوله ويتبع رضوانه ويجتنب سخطه. اللهم لا تجعلنا بدعائك أشقياء وكن بنا رؤوفا رحيما يا خير المسؤولين ويا خير المعطين. قال الله تبارك وتعالى في كتابه الكريم: بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم: ولا تحسبن الذين قتلوا في سبيل الله أمواتا بل أحياء عند ربهم يرزقون. صدق Allahul azim. Hvala Allahu, gospodaru svjetova, spasitelju potlačenih, pomagaču i prijatelju pravovjernih. S njegovim imenom sve počinje i sve završava. U njega je snaga koja i nas i sve oko nas čini živim. On nam daje oči da jasno vidimo i srca da jasno razlučimo dobro od zla, silnika od junaka, zlotvora od dobrohotnog. Od njega ištemo milost za našeg uzora i vodiča Muhammeda sallallahu alejhi ve sellem, za njegovu čestitu porodicu i sljedbenike njegove u svim vremenima. Draga braćo i sestre, 30 je godina od kulminacije zla nad našim narodom, od zločina genocida nad ubogim ljudima Srednjeg Podrinja, kojeg su zločinci iscrpili do granica izdržljivosti, a onda ih nemoćne satjerali u majušni prostor Srebrenice. To zlo je haralo u cijeloj Bosni i Hercegovini, tih teških 90-ih godina prošlog stoljeća, a ovdje je među ovim pitomim brdima doživjelo svoj sramni vrhunac. Danas smo ovdje došli da se susretnemo i da se pogledamo kao braća i sestre. U ovim bijelim nišanima, kamenim biljezima našeg stradanja zapisane su naša ljubav i naša tuga. Ovi bijeli nišani svjedoče i opominju o okrutnosti dušmana i bešćutnosti svijeta. Ovdje smo da dozovemo uspomene na naše najmilije, očeve i sinove, braću i sestre. Bol i tuga koju nosimo u sebi trajno će ostati u nama, jer se ne mogu nikada zaboraviti. Košulju tuge kojom smo odjeveni tog 11. jula 1995. godine nikada nećemo skinuti, a odjeću strpljivosti nosit ćemo kao vjernici, prihvaćajući iskušenje koje nas je zadesilo. Bol nas nije slomila, nismo klonuli duhom, niti pognuli glavu pred zlom. Naprotiv, naučili smo kako da nosimo teret boli koja nam je zločinom okačena, i mi i naši najmiliji. Danas taj teret pritiska i njih, one u čije ime je zločin počinjen, a mi ćemo strpljivo čuvati sjećanje na njega. Srebrenica nas je poučila da zlo ne miruje. Ono se primiri pa iskrsne i okomise na žrtvu. Živimo u vremenu narastanja zla i negiranja genocida. Protagonisti zla se nadaju da se lažima mogu pobrisati njegove granice i razlika između žrtve i zločinca. Računaju da će u našoj duši izazvati pometnju i ravnodušnost i da će nas natjerati da ustuknemo pred njihovim licem. Nikada i nikako. Duboko u nama ukorijenila se nesalomljiva snaga koja nas je naučila da razlikujemo istinu od laži. Mi ćemo s Božjom pomoći pobijediti, jer ćemo zadržati prisebnost duha i snagu vjere da se odupremo. Danas su sa nama i naši prijatelji iz cijelog svijeta, hrabri ljudi, muškarci i žene, koji ne pristaju na zaborav. Došli su da zajedno svjedočimo istinu o Srebrenici, jer ih se tiče. braćo i sestre. Ovo polje bijelih nišana u Potočarima u koje smo zagledani potvrđuje nam da mržnja nikada ne može dovesti do ljubavi.
Looking at some of these images and you know, the funeral prayer and now the Jummah khutbah happening, it's quite touching in Potachari in the memorial ground. It's really important to you know, to highlight that, you know, the remains of over 6,600 Bosnian Muslim men have been identified and laid to rest here. And particularly they've found 7 this year, 7 remains this year, and that's the janaza is for them this year. And it's interesting that, you know, every year that they're still finding remains, and we had brother from earlier from the Islam channel live feed saying how one of the boys was speaking to him and saying that, you know, they just literally found the bottom jawline of one of their loved ones from this year. And this is the reasons why, you know, they're still finding, because of these finding of these certain pieces of remains of their relatives, of their loved ones. They're still having to bury them to this day, 30 years on. It just shows how these people were just normal people, ordinary people. They were, you know, someone's brother, someone's father, you know, someone's uncle, who were doing normal things like, you know, farmers or, you know, engineers, you know. And it's interesting to see that thousands of people have gathered here today. You know, survivors, grieving families, dignitaries, imams, and young people from across the world, you know, coming together to, you know, you see mothers as well, you know, and coming together and just, you know, having that time where they're grieving, where they're remembering, where they're sending prayers to their loved ones, even 3 decades later, moments full of heartbreak and just to, you know, honor their loved ones. You can see a mother right here with, you know, white headscarf, you know, in the moment, you know, what must be her, you know, her relative or friend, you know, coming together to spend that time with, you know, with her family, and just to remember their loved ones, and to send their condolences, and, you know, just really just send their prayers as well. And now you can see some dignitaries there laying flowers, really trying to, you know, take in the elements of never again, and hopefully that these things won't happen again, and trying to, you know, be there to 30 years on as well. You know, we've got you know, newly identified there's this mother just sitting near the headstone of her loved one, and just praying, and it's lovely to see everyone coming together, and the khutbah is going on right now. The Jummah khutbah is going on right now. You can see people sitting there listening to the khutbah in Potachari, and just you know, living in the moment, and just being there for their friends and their families, and just paying their respects. And you can see the little flower as I've got here, and that it's just a token for the remembering Srebrenica, and it's lovely to see all the support that's out there, and the imam there, just there standing on the pulpit, giving his khutbah to the people, and everyone gathering there, thousands of people gathering there, just to show their support, just to be there with people, even if it's just people just visiting, and just being there to support the families there grieving of this day. It's important to remember them. You know, among the mourners, there must be like young people, you know, some born long after the war, you know, they come together, but they do have that, you know, that sense of responsibility to be there, to carry on. And it's not just about, you know, the ceremony of Srebrenica, but it's to realize that, you know, never again, you know, we should we should, have that. We see the coffins, the green, simple coffins there, showing laid out earlier, where we saw the coffins, 7 coffins laid out, which will be buried later on. And also the mothers standing at the graves, they visit every single year. Reciting and being there in prayer and saying Bismillah and saying their Surah Fatiha, which Abi clearly highlighted that on those stones they've got the Surah Fatiha and the Bosnian poem just underneath it. And these people, it's important to know that this isn't just like a Bosnian pain, but this is our pain, and this is what we can live through together and be there together to kind of remember the genocide that had happened 30 years ago, but also say that we won't forget that this genocide happened, and to hold that remembrance every single year, and to be there. And to be there for those men that have lost their lives in at that time. Over 8,000 lives lost, families broken, and generations still healing. They're still healing, as you can see today. They're still healing. They're still burying their loved ones, and it's not even bodies. It's certain, as you said, we saw jawlines. It might be just certain body parts, and it's horrible to understand that. It's horrible to understand that even after 30 years, that they're still burying their loved ones. But we're just going to go back to the khutbah now.
يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم اصلح احوالنا واحسن احوالنا وبلغنا مما يرضيك وبلغ امورنا اللهم اجعل هذا بلدا امنا مطمئنا سخيا وسائر بلاد المسلمين اعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان وإيتاء ذي القربى وينهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر والبغي يعظكم لعلكم تذكرون
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
الله أكبر الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين فاذكروني أذكركم واشكروا لي ولا تكفرون يا أيها الذين آمنوا استعينوا بالصبر والصلاة إن الله مع الصابرين ولا تقولوا لمن يقتل في سبيل الله أموات بل أحياء ولكن لا تشعرون ولنبلونكم بشيء من الخوف والجوع ونقص من الأموال والأنفس والثمرات وبشر الصابرين الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
اللهم أنت السلام ومنك السلام تباركت يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح. قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. تحيات السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Danas je petak, jedinstveno i blagoslovljeno vrijeme, dan okupljanja džuma namaza, ali i dženaze namaza ovdje u Memorijalnom centru u Potočarima. Nakon što je rej Solema Islamske zajednice u Bosni i Hercegovini održao hudbu posvećenu 30. godišnjici genocida u Srebrenici, veliki prijatelj Islamske zajednice i Bosne i Hercegovine, dr. Ali Erbaš, predsjednik Dijaneta Republike Turske, predvodio je vjernike u džuma namazu. Nakon toga klanjala se ikindija prema fetvi o spajanju namaza. Ikindiju namaz predvodio je rej Sulema Islamske zajednice u Bosni i Hercegovini, Husein Efendija Kavazović. Inače, džuma namaz je sedmični namaz koji su muslimani muškarci obavezni klanjati i petkom u podnevsko vrijeme umjesto podne namaza. Prema riječima poslanika Muhammeda alejhi selam, petak je najodabraniji dan u sedmici i najviše.
It was nice, lovely to see the Janaza Salah in such a beautiful, Jummah Salah in such a beautiful surrounding, such a beautiful place. You can see the greenery there. You can also see people starting to make dua, sitting together side by side, shoulder to shoulder, to really come together and reflect on the journey and reflect on today and reflect on what what has happened in the 30 years, and especially it being the 30 years of remembering Srebrenica, and you can see this lady here praying, and it's just nice to see all these beautiful white scarves, and like a sea of just white, sitting together, congregating, and whether it's family members, whether it's just visitors coming to be there and to show their support, whether it's dignitaries, friends, coming together and just being in this solemn day. We are now going to go back to the cemetery again, on the memorial ground, and we're just going to join the Janaza Salah.
عجلوا بالصلاة قبل الفوت وعجلوا بالتوبة قبل الموت يا مولانا يا المرحوم والمغفور محتاج إلى رحمة الله تعالى يا مولانا يا الله الموت شراب وكل ناس شاربون القبر دار وكل ناس داخلون يا مولانا يا الله التابوت مركب وكل الناس راكبون يا مولانا يا الله يا الله سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نويت أن أصلي لله تعالى صلاة الجنازة ثناء لله تعالى وصلاة على النبي ودعاء لهؤلاء شهداء سربرنيتسا مستقبل القبلة اقتديت بهذا الإمام. الله أكبر.
الله أكبر.
الله أكبر.
الله
الله الله أكبر الله أكبر السلام عليكم ورحمة الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وما أرسلناك إلا رحمة للعالمين
آمين. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Bože milostivi, ako pogriješimo, podari nam snagu Ademovog pokajanja. Ako nas zamrači krivovjerje, osvijetli nam put Ibrahimovim pravovjerjem. Ako nas zadesi nesreća, pouči nas Nuhovoj lađi spasa. Ako nas uhvati strah od silnika, osposobi nas Musaovom pravdom.
So we've just finished the janazah there, and you can see the girls there, the ladies there together praying, making dua together in their own language, and just kind of together sending their prayers to their loved ones, and just being present in the moment and making their prayers to show that they do remember. And the Surah Fatiha to send their rewards to the loved ones. You can see all those people in that sea of white. It's just beautiful to see. Look at that, rows and rows and rows of people together, united in this cause. And the Imam there just speaking and then praying and making a special prayer for the people who have passed, and especially those people who are going to be put to rest today. The 7 people the remains who've been found. Every year they find the remains, and every year one more family has given that peace that they can put their family to rest. And it's just beautiful to see the thousands of people that have come together to join. There you can see the coffins there. The green coffins at the front, and just women and children and families together, praying together to remember. And there you can see, I think that's where they will bury their loved ones. So we're going to go back to our guests who have been on the show from the beginning, really talking to us about today and the message of today. Just want some final words from our 3 guests. Let's start with Abby, and let us know some final words and some feelings that you have and something that you want to share with us today.
It's truly amazing to see those images, and something that I wanted to mention is about the denialism, and I feel that what Aidan said about it is somewhat a hypocritic situation that some of those party leaders and political leaders are there who did nothing to prevent this happening. But what that does show, those images does show, is that all of those people who have joined today, all of those leaders, all of those family members, the political, religious, whomever is in that cemetery today, it goes towards stopping denial. Who could ever deny what happened when such a turnout can be seen? And the fact that people still have to deal with denialism about this atrocity is astonishing. But I just feel that images like that go a long way to hopefully preventing that. We indeed have the law against it now, so I hope that will go some way to preventing this in future. But it is heartwarming to see the coffins now being put to rest. And as you say, that means that a few more families can start to mourn properly. And the fact that that is 30 years later is just astonishing and so sad, but I'm glad that the work is still being done to help these people come to some form of solace and to be able to move on to a certain extent. And I just wanted to thank you for allowing me to be part of this, because it's been a real privilege. Thank you.
And it's been a real privilege to have you on, and just to really hear about the important work that you're doing, especially in Wales, and just to bring all of that together, and to have that memorial and have that reveal of that stone, and it just marks such importance, and you know, the big stuff that you're doing in the background, and it's nice, really nice to hear about all the stuff that you're doing, and truly appreciated. We're just going to go to our colleagues in Bosnia, and to find out what they're up to. We were hoping to get some coverage there. We will come back into the studio with our. Oh, I think we've got the mic back again. Yeah, I think we're still having trouble there. So we're just going to go to Robert, and just to have some final words from yourself as well, and yeah, and just to hear your thoughts about the show today.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me on to this really important broadcast today. It's been an honour. I was particularly moved by some of the pictures from Potocari, especially the close-ups of the victims' families. That I found that particularly moving. So, unfortunately, I can't stay for very much longer. I have an exhibition of my Bosnia paintings in Glasgow University that I'm moving to another venue for another week, so I have to go and organise that. But I'd just like to say thank you so much for this broadcast and for what you are doing, and it's a pleasure to share the platform with Abby and Aidan. So thank you very much.
We're truly honoured to have you on, and we really have enjoyed listening to what you've had to offer. Especially, hopefully, we can see some of your paintings soon as well. Thank you so much. We'll come to Aidan now, and we'll speak to you also about some of your thoughts about what's happened today on the show, and what your final thoughts are.
Thank you. Yes, I'd echo what Abby and Robert said there. You know, thank you for the invitation to speak on this very important issue and on this anniversary. Abby and Remembering Srebrenica are doing amazing work, and obviously I hope people will help them in that endeavour. And you know, I've had the pleasure of reading Robert's book and seeing many of his paintings up close. So again, if anybody can get the opportunity to engage with his work, then I hope they do as well. I think, you know, when I see the scenes from Potocari there, I'm reminded of being there and going around the graveyard and just how stunning it is. You know, the gravestones are all the same size, all the same colour, but more importantly, they also have the same year of death and the same place of death, different years of birth, obviously, but when you stand there amongst all those gravestones, it really is an extraordinary sight, the symmetry of it and just how vast it is. But I do remember, I just close on this, coming across the graves of two people in particular. One of them was Senad Nuhanovic, who was born the same year as I was in 1977, and he was killed in 1995, and I often think about that. The guy was the same age as me. And what I've done since 1995 and what he didn't get the opportunity to do and what his family must regret bitterly on a daily basis. But also Fatima Mujic, who was born in 1995 and died in 1995 and is buried at Srebrenica. So we had very, very old people, very, very young people, men and women, and unfortunately babies as well. So it's an extremely powerful place, and it's the people of Bosnia and particularly the mothers of Srebrenica, the women, brought it to the attention of the world and turned Potocari into something horrific, into something very powerful.
Really powerful message there, and as you can see in the video as well, really powerful images coming through of them burying their loved ones finally after 30 years. And thank you so much to all three guests. Again, we really appreciate you guys coming on the show. It's been really amazing having you on and really hearing about all the work that you're doing, and it goes a long way and really much appreciated. Thank you so much. Wa alaikum, assalamu alaikum. Bye everyone. It's been such a moving show, such you know, it's been really emotional seeing all of these images coming through, these live images, such important images to share exactly what's been happening. And we've been really privileged to have this on our show so that we can actually see it live and to see the 7 bodies now being put into the ground, being put to rest, and for the families as well, to really feel that, to feel that they've really they've now finally come to some kind of peace, and to come to some peace that their loved one has been put into to rest, and they can also pray for them. And it shows that the remains of over 6,600 Bosnian Muslim men are being put to rest, and it's such a moving story, moving images, and to mark its 30th anniversary is really important. And it is important to reflect on these things and how our 3 guests have been sharing the stories of how they've been using their experience and using their research and the findings to really spread the knowledge and spread the word about what has been happening is in Bosnia, because it is such an atrocity, a genocide, of its biggest kind in Europe. Since World War II, it's so important to have this as a story that we can share, and that it's actually lived by some of our guests, and that's one of the main things, that it's only been 30 years, and even only being 30 years, we're still finding these the remains of loved ones that have been lost through this genocide. And these images here still coming through about showing the sea of white, and just showing the solemn day, and the janazah was just beautiful. And I think one of the things that really hit home was when those women dressed in white were just singing their poetry, and that was just so absolutely beautiful, and just singing about the loss that they've had, but also about what to look ahead. And I do like the message of never again, a message that we're trying to identify here to show that actually we need to learn from our past, and we need to learn from the genocide, and we need to learn from the history, and we need to have some learnings. And that's one of the things that we need to really hone on, that these learnings and how to kind of go on forward, especially in this climate. Going back to the images there, we had our brother Arif, who actually is out there, speaking to individuals and sharing the stories, and seeing how people are living in this, and the fact that there's still people that Robert pointed out really well, that actually there are Serbs that do resonate with this and do recognize that it's a genocide, and that they have shown that actually this is something that of importance, and to recognize and to remember, and that to share that message of never again. and to share that, you know, this is a genocide, and to also look at the immense amount of people who have come here together to support this and to support the other families that are there grieving for their loved ones. I think it's a really important thing to just to reflect on and to take a moment to recognize that we have lost a lot of individuals during this time, and the fact that it is the 30th anniversary. This cemetery is such a beautiful cemetery, and some of our guests touched upon this. The fact that you know, it's where it was an atrocity or, you know, something really horrendous that happened, you know, in 1995, really horrendous thing that happened. But actually now it's a place of peace, it's a place of reflection, and it's a place of quietness, and that can speak louder sometimes about what the feelings are and what this has brought about. I just want to take a moment to just have a look at some of these images and to see that all the people there gathered. We had a lovely ceremony, a ceremony that was in remembrance of all the people who have been buried, the 6,600 who have been buried, and the 7 that will. And now we're going to go back to our team on the ground. Let's have a look.
Assalamu alaikum. In Srebrenica, we've just concluded Jummah prayer. The main imam, the khatib, was giving us a reminder of the genocide itself. And then from the actual khutbah, we came to the janazah. And right behind me, we have the families burying their loved ones. So what you can see at the moment is loved ones throwing the soil in, as you would do in any janazah, throwing the soil in to their loved ones. And again, these are not full bodies. 30 years on from the anniversary of the greatest genocide that's happened in Europe since the World War II. You've seen scenes of love, compassion, humility. People come together to remember those that they lost. Over 100,000 killed during the 92 to 95 war in Bosnia after the breakup of Yugoslavia. And what we're seeing at this moment is loved ones burying parts of the bodies they have found, the remains, and it gives some sort of closure. One gentleman told me that he lost 50 members of his family. Another one said he's lost around 80 members of his family. Generation upon generation has been wiped out. And we are still where Srebrenica still continues to remember the fallen, the victims, and the individuals. And what you also see is that the graves that have been here since the memorial was established, you see that people come back and doing dua next to the grave itself. You saw dignitaries come from all over the world. We've also saw the Countess of Wessex being here, so the individuals, the loved ones here. So dignitaries come and make dua and also lay wreaths and flowers. So I see that the world has remembered the victims and the genocide 30 years on from those horrific events that took place here. But it's still a part of the wider horrific events that happened in the Balkans, where we've seen over 100,000 people being slaughtered. So we'll send it back to the studio, inshallah, and hopefully we can report back afterwards.
And thank you so much, Jazakallah khair so much, brother. It's been such an important show, and it's been an important show to highlight and to remember what's been happening and to mark the 30th anniversary of the genocide. Such an important show. We've had such an amazing array of guests coming on, speaking to us about what they've been doing, and also to raise awareness about what happened in Srebrenica. Jazakallah khair for joining us for the show, and until next time, take care. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.